All right. All right. Y'all know what time it is. Let me do that thing I do. Let me do that thing. What's happening, Onyx? Double check this water. Let me go ahead and put on. Something. And I need you now tonight, and I need you more than ever. You only hold me tight. Something so. Oh, look at that spawn. She spawned. She spawned. And boom, we're live. What's up, everybody? It's G Mr. Drew welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Brushevsky Experience. This is going to be episode 850. Ocho Payao, what I call it, something like that. What are we doing, man? I'm just glad I got this stuff working. I'm just glad I got this stuff working. I'm gonna go ahead. I'll turn the light on later to continue working on some of this concept art. And then, what was I, starting a new character? I've been thinking about that for like 48 hours now. But, what are we doing? Man, you would not believe. I was gonna stream last night, like how I'm streaming right now. I was gonna stream. Oh, what's happening on this? What did we say? What is today's stream? We're, you know, same thing we always do. Pinky trying to take over the world. Like, so we're gonna get into some concept art later. But these videos, man. These videos, I swear, they render fast when I need them to render slow, and then they render slow when I need them to render fast. I don't know. I don't know what they want. I don't know what these videos want from me, you know? I don't know what these videos want from me. These past 48 hours, I've been rendering video after video, and I'm like, alright, cool, I'm gonna render this video. It's gonna take forever and ever. Oh, thank you. Thank you for loving the art. And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go work out. I'm gonna get a set in. I'm gonna do something, right? So I edit a video. I set it to render, and then I turn around. I take like one. I turn around like that song. I turn around, and then. Bring, like the video's done rendering. I take like one step and the video's like done rendering. So then I was like, okay, now I'm gonna go render another, because rendering videos right now is the priority. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna render a longer video. I'm gonna edit a longer video, and then I'm gonna render that one. And while that one's rendered, I'll for sure like do whatever I gotta do for the past 48 hours. And it was just not. It was just not. You know what I'm saying? I rendered myself to sleep last night. I was gonna stream. Next thing I knew, it was past midnight, and it started raining. It was cold. I was like, yo, what? You know, like, don't start raining and be cold after I've been trying to get things done for 24 hours with the videos rendering way too quickly. Like, straight up, it takes me longer to edit the video than it does for it to render, and I'm just like, oh, you know. Alright, where am I at? Where am I at with these? I'm on 15. Let me just double check the last video I got. I'm gonna jump into some video editing real quick. Alright, so I'm on 15. I'm after that. Okay. Alright, now I'm gonna get. Okay, so this was the last video I rendered. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Because then on top of all the video edits and getting so many things done and the videos rendering way too quickly, on top of all that, like, I don't know, has anybody else been having an issue with Streamlabs? With the latest update, Streamlabs hit me with an update, and I said, okay, update it. And then now all of a sudden, Streamlabs don't know how to act. I gotta sit there and, you know what I mean, talk sweet to her. I gotta talk sweet to her just to get her to behave. You know what I mean? I gotta sit there and be like, yo, it's gonna be alright. And then she starts working. But sometimes it takes more time than others. Anybody else running into... Do I sculpt? Nah, I don't sculpt at all. Like I wish I could sculpt. Like I used to follow this artist on Twitter, and I don't know, I think it's like a Japanese dude. He does some of the illest sculpts, and they're not even like finessed. They're just like super creative, and like, you know what I mean? They're not like picture perfect. What am I looking for? There we go. They're not like picture perfect like sculptures like you would imagine, but they're so creative. He does like these monsters and stuff like that. But then, I don't know, I think they just like stopped posting or something like that. You know, they probably got a job or something. You know what I mean? Just making some of the illest sculpts out there. But either way, like, that person, that sculptor, kind of like inspired me to think like, hey, maybe one day I might, since I like to do these character renders even environments, whatever, all this concept art that I do. I do like the turnarounds of the characters, front, side, back, all that other stuff sometimes. So it's like, and I be thinking about like 3D modeling whenever I do that stuff. But yeah. Like sculpting obviously is like right up that alley. But yeah, I'm a little obtuse, you know. It was like me with working with spray cans. I'm a little obtuse because spray cans are so, you know what I mean? Like they leave a thick line, even with the fancy caps. You know, you gotta paint something really big. You gotta paint like a really big mural with spray cans. If you want like detail and sharp edges and all that other stuff, or you just need to have like all the techniques and tools and all that. But like spray cans on default, just like me and my sculpting skills on default, I'm just a little too obtuse. But yeah, so when I saw this one that Japanese artist who sculpts, and like even though they're ill, like I broke the book out on stream a long time ago. Like it made me feel like, oh, you know what? Like it can be done. It doesn't have to be like picture perfect. Like you could leave a thumbprint on your sculpture and it could still be like some of the best sculpturing that people could find out there. Let's see, where is my... I do have a comic. It's not published yet. That's why I'm getting these video renders done, because I'm in the middle of trying to go from finishing it to publishing it. And before I publish it, I just got a whole lot of video editing to do. And then once I get enough of that done, I'll go ahead and jump back to the comic book. I'm still on schedule with it. And publish it, get that out, get it done. What's it about? It's like what do you call them? Like shonens, whatever, you know. About fighting and all that other stuff. Like, just like any shonen manga out there. But the only detail that I've ever really given anybody about it before I like release it, because I'm gonna release the first chapter for free anyway, so it's not even like it's all that crazy. The only thing I like tell people about it without, so that way I'm not like just giving away too much. Like, it's like a shonen, you know what I mean? There's gonna be like action and fighting, yada yada. But I guess like the premise or whatever, the setting around it is is that it's just about a guy who gets a job, you know? So it's about a guy who gets a job, and then there's action. But yeah. So that's what that's about, without giving too much away. And then once I publish that, like I said, that first chapter this year, then that'll be free. So then obviously there'll be power levels. Huh. That's an interesting question. There's not power levels as like, you know what I mean, like Saiyan Scouts and power level 9000s. Like there's not power levels like that, but there are powers, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? So it's not like so grounded in reality that the fantasy element doesn't exist. But if we're thinking like, if you're thinking like Street Fighter Hadoukens or Avatar like water bending, stuff like that, like yeah, there's powers. X-Men, like mutant powers, whatever. Like then yeah. You know what I mean? If you've seen my concepts, you know there's like plenty of like wonky monsters out there. But yeah, I don't think there's anything like a you know, power level 9000. You know what I mean? Oh. Is this thing blinking and winking on me? It's coming back. How dare you blink and wink on me? But yeah, you know, there's gonna be like the whole, it's gonna lean heavily on like character dynamics, you know, character relationships, a whole lot of comedy, tragedy, you know, typical things. But then I obviously, like, since I was always like into like Dragon Ball Z and everything like that, that like it's gonna focus a lot on action, on the action, on the fighting and all that stuff. You know, but don't let me be the one to tell you it's gonna be the greatest thing ever, you know? I just gotta get some of these videos rendered. So that way I can finally wrap up the publishing of the first chapter, and then start working on the actual chapter 1. Where will I be posting it? The first one, you know, the one that's for free, I don't know, it's probably end up being like just everywhere on my socials, on my website. It'll probably just be available like that. But then when it comes to actually like publishing it, I don't want to lose the ability of like having my own. You know what I mean? Like publishing is something I still need to look into. As far as like self-publishing, how much do I own, and then like having a publisher actually publish it. Like I wouldn't want to like sacrifice anything. Like have somebody publish it and then I don't have any rights to being able to like, I don't know, sell a copy myself. So for instance, if people wanted to buy like like a graphic novel, let's say I finish the first story. It's going to be, I don't know, 10, 12 issues, however many issues it is, right? And then I compile it all together into a graphic novel. Like, I would want to also be able to just publish that, but then also keep copies for myself, like signed, sold. You know what I mean? Sign them, you know, sell them, throw in a little sketch, doodle, whatever, to be able to sell them myself. But like looking into publishers and everything like that, like the big thing that I'm thinking about is like just doing it like online, like Amazon digital. That way it's like cheap and affordable. Like I'm not trying to make all of the money, but I am trying to like maintain all the rights to everything, to all of my property, if that makes sense. You know, business-wise and all that. Yeah. It's a weird world of like having created something. Yeah, a lot of people want to jump on a bandwagon that doesn't exist and say they had something to do with it. And it's like, alright. Like I've been at it for a few years now, so now it's at the point where it's like, oh, great. Now I gotta sit here and fight with shadows in the dark about just owning the, you know, the thing that I created on my own. Yeah, just a lot of weirdos out there. It could be a big hit, man. Like I said, I don't know what's I'm trying to think. I might already have like the first third like already written and planned out. I just need to start drawing the final you know what I mean, like the final pages and everything to it. But as far as like the first story goes, I probably got like a third. I'm like a third of the way through it. Just been dealing with too much drama. Exactly. I wouldn't want anybody. I wouldn't want anybody else to own it. You know what I mean? I mean, at the end of the day, like I've been well aware of like I guess like the business end of things, and I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and do it the way that I want to do it, which really doesn't involve anybody else's opinion. You know, which then, you know, doing things that way like kind of creates its own problems, because some people would just want to like pretend to care because they have a monetary interest in its success, rather than just naturally just being a fan and taking to it and being like, oh yeah, it's just a lot. You know what I mean? Especially if there are people that like have money, then they have money. If you know what I mean? Like if you're dealing with like scumbags who have money, people who don't have the right intentions who have money, then go out of their way. Go out of their way to try to like utilize whatever money and power that they have to, you know what I mean, now not only not let, let's say my comic for instance, like have any sort of success, because then I wouldn't have wanted, because they're not a part of it. And it's just like, I don't know. Like, it's funny to me. I find myself these days just as a, you know what I mean, for lack of saying it a better way, just as a grown man. Like, it's funny to me how much a simple conversation is like, how much a simple conversation goes a long way, you know, and how many people are unwilling to have a conversation. They'd rather kind of do anything and everything else other than have a conversation. And it's like, okay, you know. And these people call themselves adults. Yeah, so that's why, like, it doesn't have anything to do with, like I've kind of started a whole business, and it's more than just the comic. Like, the comic is like the coup de grace, but it's like I have all the merch, I have all the Patreon, and you know what I mean, with Discord and social media and everything like that, having people get involved that are actually interested in it, to just have a conversation with them, and then kind of like feel the vibe of what, you know what I mean, of what kind of merch should I make, finding out what kind of commissions people do want, you know, because the way that I always sell them is like I want to draw something for you, You know what I mean? Like let's take you, for instance, Onyx. Like I'm sure we probably have like similar interests somewhere along the line, but then also at the same time, I'm sure like we have dissimilar interests. And my whole interest as an artist would be to draw you that thing that we have dissimilar interests in, so that way it helps me understand my audience better, if that makes sense. So that way I can like hit up or just understand the audience better. That way I'll be like, oh, this person's into this and that person's into that, and you know what I mean? That's so cool. Or you know what I mean? Like I'm more interested in people in the things that I don't necessarily know about, you know? Like I like learning who people are. Like I said, conversation goes a long way. And you know what I mean? So with that said, when you have, like now that I'm like at the business end of my business right now, it's like, it's amazing to me to find out just how many people are unwilling to have a conversation. Like an actual dialogue, you know? Will I make a fighting game out of it? I want to make more than just a fighting game out of it. You know, I'm kind of like into a lot of video games, and I've been interested in seeing the type of video games that come out. So I mean, I like having a fighting, having a comic book about a guy who gets a job. That's an action, you know, that's a story driven around action and fighting. Like it lends itself like really easily to a fighting game, but then at the same time, like fighting games are incredibly difficult to make, right? Like there's a lot to them. Like you know, since I'm such a small-time creator, like, I'm more interested in small-time video games at the moment, if that makes sense. Like, games that are a little bit simpler to make, you know. Like, I come on stream, and I'll talk about, like, the grandiose ideas, big movie ideas, big story ideas, big video game ideas. Like, you know what I mean? I could talk all day about that stuff. I love it, right? But when it comes to like my actual business, like me and my IP, my property, whatever, like all that, like when it comes to that stuff, actually, I'm not focused on like trying to do the biggest thing. You know what I mean? Right now. Like right now, I'm like, man, I just need to get this chapter 0 out. I need to start chapter 1. I need to, you know what I mean, stick to the production, keep these video edits up, and then hopefully I'll make enough money so that way I can hire someone to video edit for me, so that way I can just, I could just, you know what I mean, stream without doing what I'm doing right now. I could actually just be drawing instead of editing this video. Like, there's a million things that I need to do before I'm in a position where it's like I can make like the bomb diggity AA, AAA fighting game. If I did make a fighting game, it would be something as rudimentary as like a Rock'em Sock'em Robot digital version. You know what I mean? Like a two button smash, like something that you can play on your phone that costs like $1. You know what I mean? If somebody could develop that for like 2 seconds with a couple characters, it'd be like, yo. You know what I mean? Like right now, whenever I think about doing anything with my property, it's like I'm not even thinking anything grandiose, because I just know that there's not enough information out there to other people for them to want to be able to get on board. I can't even get friends and family on board with my story and my comic. You know what I mean? Like so, you know what I mean? Like strangers. I'd be like, strangers who? Like my friends and family aren't even on board. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's the pricing is the thing that I think about the most. Like I said, I'm a small time creator. You know what I mean? I'll talk all big, like, you know what I mean? Like I'm working on the greatest thing, and I am. I'll talk about how it's like, yo, nobody's doing what I'm doing, and they're not. I'll talk about how, you know what I mean, people's favorite streamer out there thinks that I'm their competition when I'm not. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm just a small time creator. Like I understand. Like I want to focus on having fun. You know what I mean? I don't think I think having to, oh dang, blinking and winking on me. It's blinking and winking on me. Oh wait, a couple of minutes, I might be able to draw something. Oh wait, cover your eyes. Cover your eyes. Oh. Flashbang. Yeah, so like, I think about like simple. If I started making video games, I think about simple video games. You know what I mean? Like is Pong? Can I sell Pong for $1? You know what I mean? But with my IP, can I make Tetris with my IP? Can I make you know what I mean? Can I make a Pac-Man style? Like, can I make like some of the simplest of the simplest, and then sell them mad cheap? You know, because I have my own opinions about the gaming industry and the pricing and everything like that. I've been thinking about that too a lot lately, ever since I talked about it on stream a while back. I was talking mad trash. Like, I think it was when like Nintendo was like releasing games that are like technologically in a place like the technological equivalent of like 10 years ago. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing new to their games, like, but they're selling them for double the price, when 10 years ago they would have sold it for half the price. And there's, you know what I mean? But recently, with all the egregious pricing on video games, I was talking about how the future of video games, like 50 years from now or whatever, is gonna just be, you know, you're gonna be spending like a console price for a single video game. You're gonna pay the price of a console just to have a single video game be released digitally, and then the game won't even be ready. It'll still need patches, it'll still need, you know what I mean, everything else like that. And then they'll charge you for all that other stuff, like down the road too. So you're gonna end up spending like $500 for a video game 50 years from now. Like, I was thinking about that. That might have been like a month ago or so. I don't know how long ago that was, but it's a while back, and a little while back, and you know, I still keep thinking about it. One, because I'd be like, man, I can't be talking reckless like that. But then at the same time, it's like, you know, I still have a point. And then I was thinking, I was like, oh, this is just this is the Ouroboros. This is the dragon eating its tail. This is, at the end of the day, what I just described was an arcade cabinet. And I was like, oh, arcades are going to be back. And then that's going to be the future of gaming, where it comes full circle. So an arcade cabinet ain't nothing but a single video game on hardware. Oh, I totally forgot to clip my nails. So yeah, but you know what I mean, with the way that gaming is going, you're gonna, with the pricing and the consoles and the hardware and the software and downloads, and you own it but you don't own it, you know what I mean? Technically, if you read the fine print, you're only renting it. And then like the way that video games are going. And I just, as somebody who got priced out of video gaming in the PS3 era, and now we're like 3 console generations since then, basically, it's like, I don't know, I think it's a little egregious, and I think there'll be a divide in the video game industry. Not necessarily a bad one, but just a divide that's gonna be like more affordable gaming, and then less affordable gaming. And the less affordable stuff is going to be essentially like what I was saying, like an arcade, where you're spending console prices for a single video game experience. But I would hope in that world, like, the same thing is going to be like, you'll still have your $1 video games, $5 video games, $10 video games. They're just not gonna be either as pretty or have as much like gameplay involved, like, you know, coding, technicalities, whatever all that digital mumbo jumbo is. Yeah, play older games that go on sale. Oh, zebra pencil? Is that what this is? Yeah. Dude, I got these, I want to say probably back in high school. It's probably back in high school. And I just never, I never turned back. As soon as I got these things, I was just like, oh, these are the only pencils I'm ever going to need for the rest of my life. Like, so yeah, I think at the end of the day, my interest in making a video game that'd be based off of my comic book, I'm more interested in making a series of really quick, fun games. And just recently, on a stream, I was talking about how I would love to see video games take a little bit less information and time and money and investment into, like, the fidelity and of a video game, like how, like, the graphics and all that stuff, and actually have it focus on, you know what? I don't like any of this. Let me fix that. I don't like any of that. Fix that. Alright, so how am I doing this? This goes like that. Goes like that. Sorry, it was just bothering me. I'm like, what are all these lines? But yeah, I would just want to make like a bunch of simpler games that focused a little less on putting time and effort into graphics and pushing pushing graphics, and I would want it. I would want to focus on you know, making 4-player games, like couch co-op capable 4-player games, online co-op, cross-play, you know, like all the technical stuff as far as like making sure that the game can function across the board, you know, because I grew up on a time when, you know, we did couch co-op before the internet, you know, and we had like split screen and all that other stuff, and I don't know, like I would still want that experience to be there. So I would want to focus on making sure that that experience is the most fun. You can make pixel art all day long today. You can still work with pixel sprites in video gaming, even in a 3D scope, and there's still the benefit of the amount of color that you could use. Because back in the day, like, you only had like a specific amount of palette colors. And like you're not even limited by that today. So even that alone, like, just changes everything. So if you could have like one of those simpler games and have a ton of fun, and kind of have something that's like a couch co-op experience with anyone and everyone around the world, like that would be my focus. You know what I mean? And I mean, like I said, even though my story is based around like a guy who gets a job and there's a lot of fighting and action and stuff, like I have a lot of characters from like all over. You know what I mean? As far as like who these characters are, what they're into, what they do, and all that stuff. So all of those topics, subject matters, they could be different video games. Like, sure, that this character can be in a fighting video game because they're in a fighting story that they may or may not fight in. You know what I mean? But then they're like, I don't know, they're into this or they're into that. They play basketball. You can make a basketball game. like one of those simpler like NBA jams, like he's on fire, like one that's like super fun, arcadey, stuff like that. I don't even know if I have a character that plays basketball, but I'm just saying, like, you know, just trying to think of a genre. How old am I? What game do you find yourself keep coming back to it? Well, I'm 37. I'm 37 now, right? I don't play video games anymore. I mean, I have a Nintendo. I got a Nintendo Wii. I got a Nintendo Switch 1. And I don't play either one of them. You know, but I have the Capcom fighting collections. I want to get the Ninja Turtle Cowabunga collection. I have Guilty Gear Strive for the Nintendo Switch. Like, so I got a lot, like, arcade games, video games, stuff like that. But I don't play video games anymore. So, whenever I think about video games, I'm often thinking about either the production of them, or a whole lot on the concept art and ideas like that. Games that I always think about are probably ones that I left off with back in the PS3. So I had like Devil May Cry 3, Bayonetta 1, back when Bayonetta 1 was the only Bayonetta out there. Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Metal Gear Solid 4. What other games did I have? You know, like Uncharted before, like I never played, because that was Naughty Dog, right? And Naughty Dog made The Last of Us after the Uncharted games. So I never got around to playing The Last of Us. I never got around to playing Devil May Cry 4 or anything after that. But those are still like the games that I think about. You know, Metal Gear, fighting games, stuff like that. I had Castle Crashers as a download. It was so funny. I was just watching a video on YouTube the other day, and they were talking about I think it was Ubisoft. I forget what company, but it was like a bigger game developer. I think it might have been Ubisoft that remade the Ninja Turtles in Time in 3D back as a digital download for the PS3. And I was like, I had that game. And then the YouTube video went on to talk about how trash that game was and how badly received it was because the graphics were terrible. And I was just like, wait a second, I didn't think it was bad. Hold on. I was like, I guess it was kind of like washed, but you know what I mean? Like I was just excited to have that game back in a new way. And like I said, it's one of those simpler games. You know what I mean? 3 buttons, 4 buttons, or whatever. And they updated it with the 3D graphics, even though it still looked kind of plain. But like, I was like, I don't know. I thought the game was fine. But yeah, so those are the games I always go back to, but not in a I play them kind of way, kind of like a nostalgia. Think about them as I think about business stuff all the time now. Hyper-realistic games. You miss the stylization. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about, is the art style. You know? What was I trying to do with this? See, that's the problem with trying to leave a sketch that's Man, I'm just gotta draw something else completely. This video's done rendering. I'm just gonna start with a blank slate. I was staring at that sketch for the last couple of days and I was like, what are all those lines? Like, it was like I had a good idea and then I had another good idea. Alright. Let's go ahead and do this. But yeah, like I hear about like online play, and I remember I used to play like Delta Force online, like on PC, and there was always like people that were lagging, and then you'd hate those. You'd hate them because, you know what I mean, you'd shoot at them and they would like clip forward and you'd miss them, you know, something like that. Like, I kind of forget, it was so long ago, but like I hear that that's still an issue today, but I also hear that it doesn't have to be an issue. Like I hear like they've already fixed that. It's just that people don't incorporate that into the development of the game, and then they release the game with the lag, even though they didn't need to. And it's stuff like that that I would be like, I would be more focused on not having that at all. Like I'd rather release a little bit more, like you said, like artistically stylized game, a little simpler, you know, maybe less, you know, less buttons that you have to like press and do and all that technical stuff, right? But just have the experience be there of like, yeah, there's no lag. There's never any lag. It plays perfect anytime, every time, no matter what console you have. You know what I mean? All that stuff. I suppose the only issue is like Ethernet cables to like Wi-Fi connections. But then, I mean, I would imagine if you have an Ethernet connection, like that might end up being something that needs to be like incorporated into game development. Is like people with Ethernet cables are like they cross-play, and then people with Wi-Fi connections, they cross-play. So that way people with Ethernet don't have to worry about being in a game with people with like the weakest Wi-Fi link, you know? Yeah. Yeah, so when I saw the Ninja Turtle game, same thing, like the Cowabunga collection. Like I'm definitely trying to get that on the off chance that maybe one day I might get back to you know, I might actually have the time to play a video game. But until then. But yeah, those are the kind of things that I think about. But then at the same time, I don't know anything about that stuff. Like as far as like the scripting, coding, and all that involved with having to be able to focus on like crossplay and, you know, couch co-op capable as well as online co-op capable. Let's see, what are we on, 15? Yeah, but that's only on the video game side. Like, you know, if you follow me on my socials at all, you'll see I've been, you know, like I talk about reading books a lot. I like try to tell people, like, yo, go read a book. But really what, like I've been reading up about just a bunch of other companies and their properties. And I think even on the lines of like making toys, making collectibles, making collectibles across the board. Learning how to code is easy now thanks to some great websites and apps that teaches you. I tried, but you haven't accepted my request. Yeah, I'm like a hermit. Hold on, let me see. I don't even know how to do this. Notifications, right? I don't know. Yeah, where are my notifications at? Huh. Yeah, I don't even know how to check for notifications, apparently. Where? Oh no, I'll have to check it. I'll have to check it later. Yeah, I don't know how easy coding is. Like, I'll talk about reading books all day, but I could barely read. You know what I'm saying? Twitter, Instagram. I'm pretty even on both. You know what I mean? Like, I'm on both of them every day for like a second or two. Would you be like Onyx something on the on the other ones? Then I'll try to find out. But oh, there's Onyx. But yeah, I had to turn into a hermit. You know, too many, like I said, with all the business and weirdos out there and people trying to like claim this, that, and the other with my business out there. Like, I had to kind of just turn social media off. Well, the social aspect of social media, I suppose. You know? You know, when people that you're connected with don't engage at all, and then the only people that do engage are like, I don't know, trolls or something. It's like, you know, it's like, I guess I'll just tune in for the news or something. And tune in for the AI news. You know, tune in for the Russian bots to sit there and tell me to go bury my head in a hole somewhere. But either way, what was I talking about before? I was talking about outside of video games. So like, yeah, I kind of think across the board of all things, like not just video games, but like at the end of the day, what I want to do is make animations. Like, that's my whole thing. Like, so I kind of want to take my manga, my comic book, whatever, and ultimately turn it into animated, either cartoons, animated shorts. Hopefully work my way up to like feature-length animated movies. And same as far as like video games and technology and all that other stuff. Like, I'm more of a 2D animator. Like, the only thing I really got into on 3D animation was texturing. So outside of texturing, like 3D animation is a little bit much. So if we're not talking about anything that's like concept design, illustration, storyboarding, you know, anything like that, or texturing, like, but yeah, just like I kind of want to bring back like older style video games, but for the sake of balancing out the industry, you know. Same thing with animation. I would want to I would want to bring back like 2D animation. But like obviously with like CG and some 3D and you know what I mean. Not go completely rudimentary with it, but you know what I'm trying to say. Wait, is that what I'm missing? Is that what I'm missing? Is that what I need? Is that what I need to do? I'm sitting there, I'm wondering, I'm like, why? I think I might need, it's because I don't have my references in front of me. Hold on. Okay. JJ, what's happening, man? Age rating for the comic? So that's the part. I mean, I think I already got some curse words in the in chapter 0, so you know what I mean. I don't know what the ESRB rules are yet, but I'm sure it's at least like PG-13 or the like. You know, it's not like the worst words, but. Have I tried animating before? Well, yeah, that's, I got my degree in animation. I've been trying to get a job in animation for, what, going on 16 years now. It's the whole reason why I do it, you know, everything that I'm doing here. You know, since I couldn't get a job animating, I was like, alright, I'll just give myself a job. But I didn't want to just, how do I put this? I graduated with the demo reel, and my demo reel lacked story. It was like my least favorite part of my demo reel. So then I told myself, okay, well, I don't know how to write a story. I was hoping somebody else would write a story and then I would just animate it, you know, like as an animator in a movie. And you know, never got the job, so I never got the opportunity. So I was like, all right, let me make a while I look for jobs back, you know, we're talking 16 years ago. I was like, let me make another demo reel. As much of it's going to be a pain in the butt because it took me 9 months to put together a 90-second reel. So I was like, alright, it's going to take more than 9 months to put together a 60-second reel. You know, entering the workforce and everything like that, right? So I took a comic book story, and I was like, all right, I'll just take this beat for beat, and then I'll animate it. So I took one of my favorite comic book stories. It's on my website, gmrdrew.art. And then this is in 2013, and then my PC crashed. So I was in the middle. I had created the animatics, and then I was beginning like production. So I'd started making just a couple of the background arts, and I had started doing the 2D animation. And then that's when my PC died, back in 2013. So even when I just tried to make a better demo reel to, you know what I mean, shop around my skills and ability, whatever, like then I just lost my ability to animate altogether. And back then I had Maya and Toon Boom. You know what I mean? So I would have actually been able to I would have actually been able to like make the animation myself at home and everything like that. And then I was like, all right, well, I needed to get a new PC and all that good stuff. And that ended up taking 10 years. You know what I mean? You know, financially speaking. Going indie because the animation industry is crashing down. There's been a huge need for original stories, so take advantage while you can. Yeah, I mean, that's part of everything that I'm doing. Like, I've been along that. I'm right there with you when you say that. I don't know how much the animation industry is crashing down. Like, it could be, but it doesn't need to. You know? It's just business decisions. You know, like a lot of it's everything that we were talking about, just on a bigger scale. On a bigger scale. As far as like me, you and I, just in this, like I said, the dialogue goes a long way, a conversation goes a long way. Talking about having. Talking about the getting investors involved and getting money people involved, and people who aren't interested involved. You know what I mean? Like they're only in it for the business aspect. They're not in it for the love of the game, like we've been talking about. Like that's all that's going on the big scale. I don't think it's as difficult as we would be led to believe to kind of cut down on the money people, investors that have zero interest outside of just the money part. Like kind of dial that back continuously over time while ramping up investments from people who are interested. So ultimately that would mean, like, in the immediate future, in the foreseeable future, there'd be less money involved. until somebody put out something that blew up. You know what I mean? And then it got all the money. Kind of like an indie blowing up and getting all the money. You know what I mean? Until a I don't know, a clair obscure of the animation industry kind of happened. You know, where you have like small development team or small animation team, but they put together like an actual finished product, like a full product, not like a quick 10-15 minute animation, but like a good 90-minute movie, and then that blows up. And then you get more and more of those, and you continuously dial back the only financially interested people. Then you're gonna end up with an industry that'll have more, you know, their interest isn't so much monetary. Their interest would be in creating the art. And then it'll go back to that, but you know, that would take like generations of movie makers and all that other stuff. Just like I was talking about how the video game stuff would be, it would kind of split the video game into two, of having these really large developers creating these really large video games that cost as much as a console does, and then you're gonna have like, you know, I would imagine there would be video game developers making like more affordable video games by that point, like across the board affordable, but like actual video games. Same thing with the movie industry. Like at the end of the day, a lot of these crashes, they're just because of the only financially driven thing, or driven people. And you know, I'm never really into like talking bad about people, you know. So I don't want to sit here and be like, oh no, they're ruining the industry and they need to get out, but like, how much do we need to sit here and listen to stories about how people didn't get to make what they wanted because somebody who didn't know what they were talking about didn't want it? Like, it just happens that way. And I mean, frankly, it shouldn't. You know what I mean? That's kind of like the predicament that I'm in. You know, because I can't afford to like get everything done right now. Yeah, this is not doing the thing again. This is not the idea that I had again. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the animation industry Glitch Studios and their indie shows. I'm not familiar with Glitch Studios. Yeah, why can't Yo, the other day when I was drawing this, before I ran into a million problems the past 48 hours, this picture was so easy for me. And now I have no idea what this was supposed to be. Okay, I mean, I get it, I'm working on this character, but what's going on? That thing. And that video's done rendering again. Yeah, I might as well just render videos for right now. And stop trying to draw while I'm talking. You know, my brain is just divided into several different things. But I think what we're talking about is important, you know? I think, yeah, originality in the stories that everyone's making, that is a part of the problem. But that is exactly what I'm talking about. That's the industry being driven by people that are only interested in the finances and not the actual, not the industry, not the product itself. They're only focused on getting the money. And I'm not even saying anything that's that hasn't been said for the past decade, but you know, like how many people have already gone around talking about like, oh man, it's all remakes and it's all non-original and it's all, you know. And then anytime someone does make something that is original, it like doesn't perform well either. And then it's just because it's not performing well because not everything that's original performs well. Like once upon a time, almost everything was original being put out, right? Like almost everything was original. Not completely original, you know what I mean? Let's not give too much credit to everybody across the board, but you know, a majority of the things being put out, a majority of them were original. But not everything was the greatest thing that ever happened. A lot of it was just kind of regular, right? Some bad, some good, some extraordinary, but then like a lot of it was just what it was. But a majority of it was original. The good and the bad. Nowadays it's all remakes. And it's the same thing, where it's like everything that's coming out, it's either good or it's bad, or you know what I mean, it's not even all that, but none of it's original. So now people get to point at the original stuff and being like, yeah, it might be a little outdated, but the original told the story better. So now we're back to square one with like the issues being unoriginality and just poor quality. And with less original things coming out, how to say it? There's less opportunity for critics, and I don't mean like professional critics, I just mean anybody who's not the creator, for the audience to sit there and say that, yeah, that original thing wasn't good either. But it's like, we're not getting that many original things. and not every original thing is a good thing, you know? So, not every original thing is a good thing, and then we're not getting that many original things. So when an original thing does poorly, then it's all of a sudden like, oh, see, the original stuff is no good either. And it's like, you know, like we would have to actually talk about a specific thing for me to like be able to break down whether something failed because the story was bad, if a remake failed because, or like why did the original do it better than the remake. We would have to talk about like a specific project or a specific property or something like that. You know, so that way I'm not just talking about like the air. But you know, because some things are failing just because it's bad writing. You know what I mean? Could have been a great story, but then it wasn't, because the writing was bad for some reason. Glitch Studios. There's so many remakes that I don't even watch TV as much. Well, that's probably a good thing. I don't know. But yeah, it's not easy creating something original. Like, that's what I've been doing. It takes so much, and I understand why people would need so much money in order to get it out quicker. You know what I mean? I could probably have already had the first graphic novel of the first story out by now if I had 10 times the amount of money that I've had for the past 10 years. So whatever my annual gross income was for the past 10 years, multiply that by 10, and I would already be 10 times ahead of where my current schedule is, production schedule. You know what I mean? Cool. But like I said, I can't, you know, my friends and family, I can't even get my friends and family involved. So trying to get like strangers, invested, you know what I mean? While still being able to keep true to what I want to do. You know, just because what they would want is the original thing. And it's just like, nah, you know. Business is so weird and wonky. It's why I still look for work and look for jobs and I look for projects to work on, because at the end of the day, like, I would be down to work on any project. You know what I mean? But like my project, you're stepping into my world, so it's my rules. And there's nothing else about it. There's nothing else about it. Like in my world, I rule it. You know? And then when it's not my world, I'm stepping into somebody else's world, it's their rules. They rule it. And I only play the part, you know what I mean, that I agree to, which would be like the part of an artist. You know, with all my various professional background skills. shows tell, don't show. Yeah, that's something that I see a lot. Yeah, it's really, yeah, it's a bummer. You, all right, let's talk about it. So there's I'm not watching it, but I'm watching somebody who's watching it, and there's like this new Star Trek show called Starfleet Academy, something like that, right? And I'm just using this as an example because it's easier for me to try to get a point across if we're talking about something that can actually, you know what I mean, be looked up and be like, okay, you know what I mean. It's talking about this show and these things. And I'm speaking to these things as opposed to just saying some like, you know, lofty wafty stuff to the air. So shows that, you know, good shows, bad shows, you know, industry crashing, non-original stories, and you know, stories telling, not showing, as opposed to showing, not telling. Starfleet Academy. It's a Star Trek show, and somebody was making a good point where there's a lot of people with handicaps on the show for some reason. And I never really thought about it, but then somebody made the point of like this show is supposed to take place in the future, and all of these handicaps should have been fixed and handled by this point. And even if the handicaps that people, you know what I mean, pick a handicap, any handicap, we're talking about that handicap, every single one of them across the board. All of these handicaps should have been fixed by this point in that future, right? But even if the handicap hasn't been fixed, Starfleet Academy, Star Trek, they made a point of like, is supposed to be the best of the best people. The best of the best. Not, you know what I mean? Like, oh, they, you know, they have a big heart even though they're not that great. Like, no, they're just great. They're the best of the best. They're, you know what I mean? They're the NBA, they're the NFL, you know what I mean? They're the best of the best. They're, you know what I mean? I think there's a UFC fights going on tonight. It might be over. It's 1:30 a.m. It might be over by now. But it's the best of the best. The cream of the crop. The number ones. You know what I mean? Like, you. And it's like, okay, yeah, there probably shouldn't be any handicaps involved in this Starfleet Academy, right? I'm not even trying to say anything like hateful, prejudice, or anything like that, right? The setting of the story is these are the best of the best people. And then I'm not even all that familiar with Star Trek. Like, my whole thing with Star Trek, like, I was more of a Star Wars guy, but my dad watched Star Trek stuff growing up, right? So I'm familiar enough with it, and my understanding between Star Trek and Star Wars is like Star Trek focused on like society and different people and communication, you know, between different cultures, and you know what I mean. That's why all the aliens exist and all that other stuff, because they all kind of like have their own different backgrounds. And it's just about like people having to overcome their differences and coming together and getting something done. And you know, that's what separates Star Trek from Star Wars. So that's cool. So that's what Star Trek is. and then you're dealing with the cream of the crop. But like, yeah, I agree, there probably shouldn't be any like handicaps involved. And then I was thinking, I was like, it's not even that there shouldn't be handicaps involved. You could have told a Starfleet Academy story, could have had the show. You could have handicapped people involved, but it's not the story that they're telling. And this is what I mean. You know, like you have a Star Trek property that you can make a show of. You want to make a coming of age story, or like I don't even know what kind of story that they're trying to tell. Like I said, I'm not watching it. I'm watching somebody who's watching it. But it seems to be like one of those teenager shows, you know what I mean? Like we're all teenagers, we feel things and we're doing stuff, and the adults are trying to tell us what to do. Like it's a school thing. I think that's the whole point. Starfleet Academy, like it's an academy. It's a school thing. I would imagine. So it's like you can have handicapped people on a Starfleet Academy show. You just can't have handicapped people being the cream of the crop characters. You can have these, if Star Trek is all about the people coming together and working together and overcoming differences and getting things done, like, then you need to have these cream of the crop students, academy students, going on school assignments where they encounter non-academy aliens and or people, and that those non-academy aliens and or people may or may not have handicaps. And then those Starfleet Academy students need to get things done. Whatever, you know what I mean? Problem of the week, problem of the episode, whatever, you know what I mean? Whatever is going to be like the thing going on in that episode. That way, you have your Star Trek show. You have your coming of age student, like, oh, the adults are telling us what to do, and I don't want to do it. Like you can have your teenage, angsty, whatever show. You can have your handicap hires. You can have all those elements, but they're not doing that. They're putting the wrong people in the wrong positions, and they're telling the wrong stories, and it has nothing to do with Star Trek. At least as far as like my understanding of it. So it's like that's what I mean. I don't know at what point, if and when, like the cold hard cash money people got involved and we're just like, yo, we need to put a product out now. So I don't care what kind of story you tell. And now we ended up with, like, you know what I mean? Starfleet Academy not being the cream of the crop people. You know what I mean? Just things fall through the cracks. Quality falls through the cracks. And that's not me trying to like dog anybody. That's me saying that Star Trek has a history. And you can't go around changing things. Like, some things need to be staples. And that's not to say that you know what I mean? Like, the only other type of story I could try to think of, if it's like if you're gonna have like the Star Trek universe with handicapped people in it, is like, then you need to tell the not Starfleet Academy story of like, hey man, you've been watching Star Trek and we've been putting out Star Trek shows, and everything that you see is the Enterprise, and everything that you see is like the best of the best, and everything that you see is like the greatest people ever. But here's this part of the Star Trek universe that isn't the greatest people ever. These are the people that didn't make it to Starfleet. These are the people that You know what I mean? They fell short. They failed. They weren't the best of the best. They were like the second or third best of the best. And now you get to see a different part of the Star Trek universe that you never saw before, because it's not the cream of the crop, you know, aliens and or people. And then you tell that story. But you can't say, like, oh, we're telling the cream of the crop people, and the cream of the crop people got handicaps, when historically they haven't. And I don't even know if that's true, but it sounds right. And at the end of the day, like I'm hearing more complaints about Starfleet Academy than seeing like people actually enjoy it, which is the conversation that we're having right now. So it's like, you can have all the elements, it's just that you got people that don't know how to put the elements together. Like showrunners, this, that, and the other. You're dealing with people who don't know how to, you know what I mean? They don't know how to cook. They don't know how to grab ingredients and be like, okay, well then this is a story that we're telling. You know what I mean? Or you have people that don't have any constitution when they say, hey, this is the story that we're telling, and then they go about like hiring actors and hiring script writers, and then like making sure that the script writers are like scripting correctly, making sure that the actors that they're hiring are going to be able to play the characters and the roles correctly. They're not making sure that the roles and the characters that the writers are creating are you know what I mean, correct. You know what I mean? Like, you just got people doing whatever they want with whatever they want, and then we end up with what we end up with. And I mean, if that's the case with the Star Trek joint, then like, if I was, I mean, I don't even know who created Star Trek or if they're even still alive. You know what I mean? That property is so old. But if I was them, I would be kind of like, yo, you know what I mean? Like why'd you do that? Why do we got this like that? Like, that can't be like that. You got to tell the story this way, or you got to tell the story that way. If we're gonna, you know what I mean? It's either we tell this story and we can't hire those people, or like we can hire those people, but then we can't tell that story. And then that's the problem when, like, the conversation that we're having about like money people get involved, and products just have to kind of go out, and there's no one, and you know what? I bet there is somebody going around being like, but like, nah, we can't do that. And be like, well, we ain't got no time, so now you got to go ahead and do that. And then it's like, oh man, I don't even like what I'm working on anymore. And then you got to try to put out a whole season, and then the whole season people are just dogging your show, and you're just like, man, I knew we were putting out trash the entire time we were making it. You know what I'm saying? And then that's just been the industry for like a decade now. And it's like, at what point do people learn? You know what I mean? Because like, I know it. You know what I mean? I'm working on the greatest thing that anybody has ever worked on. My IP, my story, my comic, my animations, my want to make video games, everything. Like I'm doing the greatest thing anyone's ever done. But yeah, people want to add their own twists, reworks, but at the same time respect the past too. Yeah, exactly. There's no respect. Like, here's the thing. Halo, the video game series Halo, like, everything was Master Chief, right? And then even when it wasn't Master Chief, you're dealing with all these Master Chief type characters, right? But then, I forget what game it was, like how many games they made. They probably made like 4 or 5 games. And then the Halo series dropped a dropped. Look at what I'm about to say. The ODST, Orbital Drop Shock Trooper video game. ODST, I believe is what it was called. And then what was ODST? ODST was the soldiers that weren't the Master Chiefs. They weren't like suited and booted. I guess Master Chief has like a super soldier serum in him. I didn't even know he was Captain America like that. Like I didn't even know that was a part of the lore. I thought he was just a regular dude just in a robot suit. You know what I mean? Just like everybody else was just a regular dude in a robot suit, but apparently they had like super soldier serum in them. I don't know enough about the Halo series, but I'm just saying. Like they had the Halo series and it was all these super duper soldiers, and then they dropped the ODST video game. And the ODST video game focused on the lesser soldiers, the soldiers that weren't the cream of the crop. They weren't the ones that got the super soldier serum and the super suits to do the super missions. You know what I mean? They were like the paratroopers of the planet, planeteer paratroopers. Like, just drop them in, and you know what I mean? They ain't got no armor. They got regular helmets. Their faces are exposed. I don't even know if I've ever watched a single second of gameplay of that game, but I'm just saying. Like, Star Trek had an opportunity to tell the orbital drop shock trooper story of the Star Trek universe with all of, you know what I mean? With all the people that they hired and the story that they're trying to tell and everything like that. Like, they could have done that, but they didn't. They tried to take. They tried to take orbital drop shock trooper value and tell you that it's Master Chief value, and everyone's like, nah, you're not gonna pour water on my Master Chief and then tell me that it's not watered down Master Chief. Like pour water on Master Chief and then tell me the story of watered down Master Chief. Don't you know what I mean? Like that could be a good story, but then they don't want to tell that story because they know, because the money people got involved, and the money people are sitting there and be like, no, they just try to convince him that it's Master Chief, even though he got water poured on him. You know what I mean? Like what are you trying to do, man? We here to make money, and you're not, because I mean, this is why. Like I said, I'm working on the greatest thing, and people are interested because it is original. But then people can't stand the fact that I'm like, no, this is my world. Like, you need to get in line, and you're in back of me. Like, I run this. Like, you know what I mean? Money people don't want to be told that they're not the ones that run it. And it's like, so what, you know what I mean? Well, you trying to make money, or you trying not to make money? Because if you want to make money, you're gonna let me run this thing. And the entertainment industry has been failing at that for a decade now. They was grunts. They was grunts. That's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta tell the grunt stories. They could be good stories. You know what I mean? Who doesn't want a good grunt story? Grunt rose up. You know what I mean? And then they're still not enterprise worthy. You know what I mean? They get at the end of the season, they get the medal pinned on their chest. They did this great thing, and then they get to watch all the Enterprise people walk right by them, right through the middle of their ceremony, and be like, they get on the good ship, and then they take off into light speed, and you just be like, dang. when do I get one of those? And they be like, nah, no, you're not one of them. But that's what I mean. Like, I don't know how many properties have done that, where they were like, they had these lesser characters and then they told the lesser character story. Alright, what am I doing? What number am I? 16 now. What's going on? Yeah, that was 13, 14, 14, 15. Let me double check that. So yeah. And you know, I don't know. I'm an artist, man. I'm an artist. I'm always gonna be on the side of the artists. And I'm a creator. I'm always gonna be on the side of the creators. And that's not even me being like a hater towards like money people. But I will say that money people need to know their place. Like, you're just a money person. Give me the money, shut your mouth, sit back. You know what I mean? Because yeah, clearly money gets in the way. Clearly money's been getting in the way for a decade, which means that it already crept in a decade before that in order for it to have affected the industries the way that it has for the past decade. I mean, at the end of the day, what's the greatest, highest grossing original piece of work? It's Avatar, right? James Cameron's Avatar. That's the highest grossing mainstream original work. And then even that was derivative of Pocahontas, but it was original enough to not be Pocahontas. And then man's went around to you know, make a, what's 10? Tetra? A tetralogy. Tetralogy? You know, the trilogy, quadrilogy. But then like more than 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think he made like 10 movies after that. All for Avatar. What would you call that? Like a tetralogy? Yeah, so that's where I left off. So, and alright, so man is making he made his own Pocahontas, fair enough. And now he's building a tetralogy off of it. I didn't see the latest Avatar, the Way of the Fire. But I did see The Way of Water. I thought it was good. I just don't really recall too much what it was about. Other than the fact that like some time has passed and some kids were born. And we see like some new aliens from Pandora. You know what I mean? Besides all that, like, I kind of forget what it's about. But what I mean to say is, like, I just don't know how original or unoriginal the second movie was. And I haven't seen the third one, so and I haven't heard anything egregious about it, so you know what I mean? Like, he could be making, you know what I mean? What I mean to say is James Cameron could be making like an original work, tetralogy, regardless of how derivative it may be, because he's cut away enough from whatever he may be deriving it from for it to be original enough that it's an original work. But that's what I mean. Like we got one. Nothing else. I can't think of anything else that's... But then again, I'm not watching as much as I used to. Like, I haven't seen things like the Lighthouse or Nosferatu. You know what I mean? There's that new Frankenstein movie that's coming out. Like, horror movies, like, I always like to see what kind of twist they put into them, because they are old classics, but they do twist them up enough where they're something fun and new. You know what I mean? Was it like Christian Bale and the Gyllenhaal girl, maybe, perhaps, I think? They act like they're scared to make money. Well, people are afraid of things failing, you know? So I'm gonna say something that a million people have already said. That's why they stick to what worked in the past. They just don't understand. Like, sticking to what worked in the past means that there won't be progress. You know? So if you're not working towards progress, then you're not working towards, you know what I mean, making money, because money's made in progress. So in order to progress, you got to make something new, and not everything new is going to be like the super duper fire. But the only way you get around to making the new super duper fire is you got to allow people to make the new thing. So they say, oh, go make the Three Little Bears for the 100th time. People love the underdogs. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing with artists who create their own stuff, because, you know what I mean, including myself, right? I'll lump myself in with this. Like, you run the risk. Now here's the thing, artists are less likely to be aware of this, so the fact that I'm mentioning it means that I'm aware of this. But you run the risk of being blind to the thing. This is why I focus on the business stuff so much, is because, like, the creative stuff is easy for me. You know what I mean? Creativity, creating something out of nothing. You know what I mean? I could literally do it with my eyes closed. May not be great when I have my eyes closed, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I could literally do it with my eyes closed. And, you know, a lot of artists, they don't focus on the business end of things. So when they don't, they run the risk of bad business. and then bad business, you won't make money. This is why I focus on business stuff so much, because like I'm a creative through and through, but I had to teach myself the business stuff. You know what I mean? As a creative and everything that I'm interested in, my algorithm will sit there and like put like more art education and more art this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? AI art is so big now, and like you were saying, like scripting and everything like that is so available now that they always try to push like that, and they're like, oh, you better learn how to code, you better learn how to do all this, that, and the other. You're trying to be an artist, and it's like, you know what I mean? I'd rather learn like the business side of things. You know? Yeah, that's why I'm so into like video games, even though I don't play video games anymore. It's because there's a lot of business in video games. Oh wait, what is this, 16? Yeah. Well, yeah, you know, it's, so, you know, it's not like it's all, you know, running through a field of flowers when it comes to like an artist working on their original stuff either. And like I said, I'll throw myself in there. But like you run the risk of creating something that's like complete garbage. Like I'm trying to think of some examples. The one that comes to mind is like, what's that one artist? I don't even know who he is. I think James Franco played him in a movie once. And then he tried to like be like the Joker or something like that. Yeah, I can't remember the name. But like an artist can love their own stuff to a detriment. You know, so it's like the money people, they don't focus on the art enough. But then you can have an artist or a creator that focuses on the art too much, so much so that they're not focused on the business aspect of things. I'm trying to think of examples, because they definitely exist. I want to say, I know his name's not Quasimodo, but it's something like that, right? Tommy Wiseau? Is that his name? Where he's like some super artsy fartsy guy, all the way to a detriment. Or it's like that one guy, like that Asian dude on like American Idol. She bang, and she move, like that guy, like the Asian dude. Like the whole world was making fun of him for that, but he kind of garnered a little bit of success. But let's be real, he didn't get that success alone. Like, how many people capitalized on essentially just making fun of him to death? You know what I mean? You don't even hear about that guy no more. So it wasn't even like they got all that much success out of them. But the detriment will live on to eternity. Whatever that guy's name is. No, not now. Artists will always know best. So yeah, artists will definitely know like the art aspect better, but they may not know the business, and that's the thing, you know. I'm trying to think of artists that operate towards a detriment. A business detriment, specifically. But either way, like, I run that risk. You know what I mean? But I'm aware that I run that risk. I'm more concerned with like delusional artists that aren't even aware of the risks. They're just so in their own world that they don't, you know what I mean? They don't even realize, like, they don't even realize the detriments. I'm trying to think of one that's like popular, but like Tommy Wiseau's up there. That she bangs, she moves, Asian dude is there. But they're like in that camp of some form of artistry, but just oblivious to like the nature of the business that they found themselves in. Either way, I don't know, maybe someone will come to mind at some point. Yeah, marketing business is so important for indie because if nobody knows, nobody ever knows. That's for the project. Yeah, like that's something that I'm running into. Like that's my whole thing. You know, I opened up my YouTube channel back in like 2010, 2011. And then I was starting, right, to live stream way back then, my old videos. And then, like I said, my computer crashed in 2013. So then I only got like 2 years of time in, way back then. And then it took, you know, a decade until I was able to find myself in a position to be able to start streaming again. But like 10 years, like so much changed that, you know, I feel like I could have had an audience had I had my PC not crashed back then. I continued to work on what I was working on and did everything that I did as I was in my career as a graphic designer. You know what I mean? With all the jobs and people I met and going out and meeting a ton of people. You know what I mean? Just the whole life I lived. That decade that I didn't have the PC and I wasn't streaming and doing anything. And then, you know, like that would have been the time for me to have developed an audience for what I was working on. But because I didn't have the PC, I didn't have the project to work on. So because I didn't have the project to work on, it was like I had an audience but no show. So I was just like an everyday person, right? But then I finally got back into streaming these past few years, but now the game is completely different, where now you kind of you can't do what I was doing 10 years ago, but that is what I'm doing. Like, all I did was pick up and continue with what I was doing 10 years ago. But streaming and the whole online stuff is different from that. And then at the same time, I don't have that audience, because that audience never knew me as the YouTube live streamer back in 2011, 2013. Meaning, like, in 2014 when I met people, like, I didn't talk about my YouTube live streaming and trying to get a PC and any of that stuff. When I met people in 2015, I never talked about it. When I met people in 2016, I never talked about it. When I met people in 2020, like, I never talked about it until I was, until about 2020. That's when I was like, I might like get back into doing it. But then by that point, I wasn't that person anymore to anyone and everyone that I had met during that decade. So, like, my opportunity, like, already came and went. But, like, I got back into it knowing that. And I was just like, you know what I mean? Like I was like, man, just get back in there and start doing it. You know what I mean? But, like, anybody that I ever met, they didn't know me as like that. They didn't know that I had this dream, this aspiration, this, that, and the other. And I wouldn't have wanted to tell them. I'm not even trying to be like, yo, I wish I had told people. Like, no. I didn't tell them on purpose. And it's because of everything that we're talking about. Because I'm not working on it, so then it would have been something that other people would have tried to get their fingers in. You know what I mean? You know, stick their finger in my pie, and I'd be like, that's why I'd rather work on other people's stuff, you know? Because people want to create stuff, but here I've already created something, so they want in. That's why I wouldn't, like, want anybody in. But I'll be like, hey, what do you want to create? What do you want to work on? I am down to lend myself to whatever it is that you want to do, so that way you stay out of what I'm doing. If that makes any sense. Because the last thing I need is somebody else's opinion on what I'm trying to work on over here. And then people aren't interested in that. And then I have to sit there and not, you know what I mean? For the past few years, just kind of wonder why. You know what I mean? Like, I have a high opinion of people, so I'll sit there and I don't understand why people wouldn't why they want to work with me, like, why they want to stick their finger in my pie, but they don't want to just, like, no, I'll make a pie with you, and then, you know what I mean? We can have our pie while I still have my pie sitting in the fridge, like something like that. It's like, no, my finger in your pie, and that's it. That's the only option. And then it's like, oh, well, no, thank you. So yeah, like I got back into the whole online game, but it's completely changed, and I never built the audience, because it was like, if I don't have a product to show people, and I didn't have a PC to create the product to show the people, like, that was like 2 parts removed from me ever having that conversation. So I've been doing it for the past few years, and now I got some people's attention, but, you know, forget about how people make profit on your work. So I think you learn a business is a very smart idea. Yeah, business stuff is tricky, you know, because like everything that I was just talking about, like people don't seem to be able to fathom the fact that I can create a project with them. like how I did this and people want to get involved with this, and I'm like, you can get involved this way. Like, I have an avenue for people to get involved. It's simple. It's go this way, right? They'll never want to go that way. They're like, nah, I want to do something else. And it's like, well, that option isn't available. So then it's like, oh, well, then I'm not getting involved. And it's like, well, okay. But I don't understand why those same people, I'm like, hey, you know, we can create one. Like, we can create one. You know what I mean? Like, my genius isn't limited to just what I'm working on for myself. Like, you know what I mean? Like this exists. So if like if people ever wanted to partner up on anything else, and I'm not even offering that, like that's even extra, right? But even to just do like a quick something for them, like I know people that wrote a book and they have characters and now they want their characters like depicted. It's like, yeah, I could do that. And then they go off and hire another artist. Or they want it done for free. Or, who knows, they probably got the other artists to do it for free. That's why they got them to do it, you know. But either way, like, it's mad weird. Like, people are just in it for the profit themselves, and it's like, dang, you can't even partner up with somebody. You're asking them to do all the artwork, and you can't even partner up with them. Like, do all the artwork and don't get anything. You know what I mean? Like, I worked on those projects a long time ago, where like I would do something, and I would do something for promotion. You know what I mean? Be like, I'd be the guy to do the artwork. I would do the artwork. They would get the product, and then the whole deal was like they would let everyone know that I made the product, that I would, you know what I mean? And that there would be further communication and that there would be more opportunity and things like that, right? And then further communication never happened, more product never happened, and then I'll find out that those people are still utilizing the thing that I made for them like 5-10 years later. It's like 5-10 years later they're still profiting off of, you know what I mean, what I made for them, and they never held up their end of the business of even just promotion, no money involved. So it's not even like it's a money thing. It's just people just want things for free sort of thing. And it's the most disgusting thing ever, you know. But I'm talking about, I did that, you know what I mean? That was something from like way long ago, you know. I'm talking like 20 years ago. But stuff like that still goes on today. Just, you know, people miss me with that one. I could tell just by the way that someone says hello. I'll be like, bye. To build an audience, yeah, that's my biggest problem, is just building an audience. You know, like, just like, I don't know, you're trying to follow me somewhere and I couldn't find it. I just can't, you know. But if I see Onyx pop up somewhere, I'll just be like, oh, that must be them. Yeah, talking about contracts and getting things in writing. Yeah, good luck with that. Like, I feel like people just get surprised the fact like that I would even know a word like contract. You know what I mean? Or that people would ever, you know what I mean? People might find it silly for me to be like in a position where it's like, yeah, you need to sign the contract with a with a legal signature, and they're like, leave my signature in your hands. You know what I mean? Like, it's just funny. So yeah, naturally I have a whole boneyard of verbal contracts, and then no one's ever made a written contract. With me, that's for sure. Like, as far as like my property, my IP, and all that other stuff. But it's like, you know, I feel like I make myself and my business available enough for people. Like you and I having a conversation right now. Like, that could be me and anybody. You know? So yeah, I just don't know how, after I got back into streaming again, what, 5 years ago now? So it's, you know, 5-year anniversary, technically. 5-year anniversary month. Like, the audience just ain't building. Like, where am I at right now? I think I went back down to 69 followers on Twitch. Yeah. Yeah, I'm back down to 69 followers on Twitch. I noticed that like last week. I was like, when did I go back down to 69? Like, I keep jumping from 69 and 70 for the past like year or two now. Yeah. So at least I get to keep jokes like you know, how girls want to keep me at 69. But yeah, I just don't get it. You know, in the past 5 years, I've kind of done anything and everything. Like, for the sake of social media and for the sake of building my business. As well as for the sake of like maintaining like professionalism, just for the sake of being out in the world. Because it's one thing to be like a performer, entertainer, and then it's another thing to like be a business person, you know what I mean? So walking that silver lining of like, you know, being a professional business person, but then at the same time being an entertainer. like trying to build an audience and people don't know where the entertainment starts and where the business starts, it leaves a weird, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Juxtaposition, something like that. Alright, can I draw? It's only gonna render for a minute. So yeah, I've tried making contracts with people. I mean, even back when I had like artist friends, and I was like, you know what I mean, trying to like make something with somebody. You know what I mean, like how I was just saying, like, you know, I wouldn't want anybody like getting involved with this, with my project in a way, but I would want to make something with them. And then, you know what I mean, like I'll have an artist friend and they'll be like, all right, cool, let's do that. And I'm like, great, gotta draw up this contract so then we could do that, friend, artist friend. And then they'll be like, you know what I mean? They'll be like, yo, miss me with that one, because like they don't get it or something, you know what I mean? And I'd just be like, wow, you know? Like, I don't even know how to explain it. Like, I would say it's almost like bringing up a contract sucks all the fun out of the room. But then it's like, nah, we're trying to get this contract going so we can have fun, and people don't understand that part. It's really, you know, it goes back to, you know, talking about artists that don't understand business. And then you got money people who don't understand art. But then you have people like James Cameron who do understand money, who do understand business, and do understand art. And we just need to foster and develop more of that, so that way we can get more ODST content and entertainment across the board, and less Starfleet Academy content, entertainment across the board. But yeah. So yeah, you know, for the past 5 years, like I've been trying to do everything. And now it's just gotten to the point where it seems like anyone who I would have wanted to work with, like, now don't want to work with me, or would never consider working with me, type of style. So now I'm just like, okay, you know? Alright. Yeah, that video's done rendering already. I'm never gonna get around to drawing. I think this is only the 6th, well, this is the 16th video out of 18 that I'm gonna need to make. So I'm almost done with the video edits. I'm just gonna keep video editing, because these renders, this is what I've been running into for the past 48 hours, but even also on After Effects. You know, I spend more time editing the video than it takes for it to render. That's why I didn't stream yesterday. I was just video editing until waiting for the opportunity to exercise, stream, do all that stuff, and it was like every video was just like bring done, bring done, bring done. Like I'm like, it's like when did this not take forever? Anyways. And you know, the other thing about building an audience, at least for me, 1815. Like I said, I don't even have a product out yet. Like so far, people recognize my product for what it is right now, where the only product I have is my live streaming and my merch, and then the commissions that I do on Patreon. And it's like, I feel like the merch is straightforward. Like I don't think there's anybody out there that doesn't understand the concept of merch. It's like, it's merch. You buy it, it gets shipped to you, it's yours. Like, it's merch. And people, you know what I mean? Like, I'm definitely not getting as many purchases at least as much as I would have thought. And then, you know what I mean? Like I have more conversations about my merch than I have like people purchasing my merch. I don't know how normal that is. And then the conversations tend to be along the lines of like pricing. And it's like, well, I don't know what to say to that, you know? I mean, half the time I don't even determine my own price. And then there's the commissions. And really, like the commissions, they're a little less straightforward and obvious business-wise as for people to understand. But at the end of the day, it's like I've always said about my stream, it's about me bringing the convention experience online. So, but not everybody has a convention experience. So not everybody has convention knowledge. So when I'm like, yo, I just wanted to bring the convention experience online, like I didn't think that I'd be running into people that didn't understand what that meant. But it's like at a convention, you can get an artist's merch, stickers, clothes, whatever, books, prints, artwork, and then you can get a commission from them. You know what I mean? You just walk up to their booth and be like, how much for a commission? And they be like, this much, and they be like, okay. And then they come back later, and then they get their commission. Like, it's that exact experience, it's just online. And the commission one is a little less obvious, I would say to people, your everyday person. But then, at the same time, is like, I also have worked with, or at least had conversations with plenty of other artists over the years, where artists like to do, I don't know, art trades, or they just want to work with an artist, or they want their work, or whatever. So I also opened up the commissions, thinking that it was me making myself available to other artists. Not because other artists can't do artwork, but just in case they ever wanted to do the collaboration or the work with each other in some sort of way, without the mentioning of a contract. Like, so I do the commissions on Patreon, and I technically, Patreon and Patreon's terms of service, I suppose, is the contract, but it's a lot easier and trustworthy than me saying, let's draw up a business contract that you're going to need to sign, and I'm going to have a copy of your signature. Like, me running into that problem over the years is mitigated through Patreon being a trustworthy middleman source between, me and another person. So it's like I have the Patreon and the commissions there for for anybody who wants like original work from me, but then at the same time, anybody who wants me to do artwork for them for whatever reason, say they have a book, or say they have a movie, or they have something that they want to make and they need someone to put together some visual design stuff, but they don't know like the business aspect of movie production or anything like that, like they could still just hire me to draw some stuff for them, you know what I mean, with my know-how, and then they can get that art, and that art is theirs, and they can go ahead and make $1 million off of the artwork that I give them, while I don't get any of it. And that's perfectly agreeable and perfectly fine, because all I needed, as far as my end, was the Patreon deal. Like, I've had other people in the past that they wanted me to do artwork for, they were building a brand, they were doing this, that, and the other, so they would need artwork for it. So I was like, oh, okay. It's like, that's what the Patreon's there for. So that way we don't necessarily have to draw up the contract, it's affordable, it's it's all that good stuff. And then that's also why it's like there on Patreon in the first place. I call it like annual commissions, or commissions by the square inch. But at the end of the day, it's really, for anyone who understands art, it's a business contract. It's just one that you can one that you could trust, that it's not so personable, where it's like you and me working directly with one another. We have a Patreon, the trustworthy source, Patreon middleman between us. So that way, you know what I mean? If I don't hold up my end of the bargain, which wouldn't be the case, right? They wouldn't have to worry about anything. Because, yeah, that was the issue I was always running into. Like, trying to draw up business contracts is like, people just don't want to do that. So I was like, alright, well, like, Patreon exists, so, like, Patreon will be that trustworthy source between me and them. But then, like I said, like, by the time I got around to doing all this stuff, I'm no longer associated with all those people, all those other artists who I could have been working with. So yeah, art and business, it is a funky road. know what I mean? But I stand by everything that I've done. You know what I mean? Like, it was a good idea when I started, it's still a good idea today. It's not my fault that other people can't understand it. Exactly. If they dodge the contract that reveals their true intentions, that's exactly it. And that's, you know, that's what happens. That's what happens when you get burned in the past, when you're like, you know what, I don't mind drawing this for you for free, for the sake of promotion. You know what I mean? If there's somebody who has a large association, you know what I mean, like a large social circle, that you could benefit from them, you know what I mean, peddling your work with their word, then it was like, yeah, cool. And then them just never holding up their end where they ever promote, you know what I mean, just getting burned like that is enough, where it's like, yeah, don't want that to happen again. Like, so, you know, and people that just don't understand that. Like, people that aren't artists, I mean, or people that don't start a business, and, you know, just regular people who have regular jobs, you know, and that's not even saying anything mean about them. They just don't understand that part, where it's like, so much of business is built on trust. And here I am, like, displaying all of the trust. You know, that's why I have the workout stuff on OnlyFans. It's like, you know, OnlyFans is the trustworthy middleman. The company is the trustworthy middleman between me and them, as far as, like, you know, everything that I do for, like, fitness and health. Same exact thing as Patreon. And then it's funny, it gets even funnier when you run into people that they're like, I don't trust Patreon, I don't trust OnlyFans. And it's like, you just can't help some people, you know? It's like, it's just my luck that these are the people that I find in life. Where is this? I think I only got one more video after this. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. My bad. I'm done. I need to render this, I think. Do I need to render this, or did I already render it? Yo, these videos render so fast, I don't even know if I did it already or not. I did do it already. Look at me. So then you're this one. 5 years to mitigate it all. You know what I mean? Buying the merch, having other, you know what I mean? Having, like, the actual producers of the merch be the ones that also handle, like, the sales and the shipping and everything else like that. So that way they don't have to sit there and trust whether I'm ever actually gonna do it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's gonna get done. It's a trustworthy company. Like, millions of people are using it. Like, all that stuff. Like, I've done everything to mitigate the trust factor. And then people still, friends and family, come up with every excuse. You know what I mean? Scratch their head. And it's like, you know. My profile is private. Which one? Well, probably all of them. I ran into too many weirdos online. Like I said, I turned into a hermit. You know, there's so many online weirdos, especially when you're a guy who makes like workout videos. You can't be a guy making workout videos out here. And I knew that. I knew that going in. But yeah, you just run into too many weirdos. And then the way that the internet operates, it's so fast and loose that it's like all that weirdo energy. And fast and loose with it. It's like, alright, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and nuke. I'm just gonna go ahead and nuke. Nuke all of the socials. So yeah, now I just, it's funny. Now I just, like you notice, I privatized all of them. And then, and then I unfollowed everyone. Oh, this is another thing that also happened. So, I unfollowed everyone with the intention to go back and start following people again. I just needed to kind of clear the board, you know what I mean? So I could have gone in and just diligently been like little by little, you know, piece by piece, taking like, you know, focusing on like specific accounts to follow, unfollow, when I was like, all right, let me go ahead and clear the board. Things are getting too weird. But I just chose the opposite route. I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna not follow anybody. All of my followers, I'm gonna get rid of all of them. Like, I'm just gonna go ahead and nuke the whole thing with the intention of like, all right, I'll build it back up. And then while I was doing that, when I did that on X, I nuked the account. I got rid of all the followers. I got rid of everyone I was following. And then to this day, it still sits there like this. And I'll post about it every now and then. Where even though I'm not following anyone, and even though no one's following me, it'll still say that I have a couple followers and a couple people following me. But then I go to my followers and I go to my following, and there's no one there. And I'm just like, what is that about? I've even contacted the company about it. They don't get back to me. I'm constantly adding Elon Musk about it. I'm like, bro, what is this? Who are these ghosts? So because of that, specifically that one thing of that one account on that one piece of social media, of like weirdos were the whole reason why I felt the need to go ahead and nuke every account. And then I was gonna scorch earth so that way everything was down to 0, and my X account, for some reason, can't reach 0 even though it's at 0. I'm like, what is this? What is this? You know what I mean? Like, and then no answers, no response, no explanations. Not one X tech can be like, oh, that's an issue with this, that. You know what I mean? No amount of time, because it's been like a year or two now. Like, like, you know what I mean? Log out, log back in, like nothing. Like, I just got accounts following me, and I got my account following accounts. But when I go to see who it is, they don't exist. Meaning the like it'll say that I'm not following anyone, even though it'll sit there and say like, no, you're following 3 accounts. And it's like, well, what 3 accounts am I following or are following me? And then you go there and it's like, it's blank, it's empty, it's none. I'm like, you know what I mean? So then I start breaking out all the jokes. I'm like, I got the FBI, the CIA, and the DEA all up in my business. Like, yeah, right? So that's what happened. I went to go scorch earth with the intention of replenishing the accounts and refollowing and, you know what I mean, just doing everything normal. But because of that, until that gets fixed, I'm just like, I don't even care. I don't even care. You know what I mean? Like I got less weirdo energy on my socials. So, you know what I mean? Like it's just a side effect. I feel a little bit bad because like I get the follow requests from like the old, you know what I mean? Old friends, associates, people that I used to follow that I scorched earth, and I got rid of them even though I intended on picking them back up. But now I'm not picking them back up because of that. You know what I mean? Until that gets rectified. And I feel bad, but then at the same time I'm like, y'all never liked my pictures anyways. Like, what's the point of all these people following me and me following all these people? No one ever hits like on my posts. Like, let's say I knew them for 10 years, like that whole 10 years online, whatever. Like, for 10 years we were following each other, and I met, you know what I mean? Like, I'll like people's posts. Like I'm active. I'll comment. I'll say something. You know what I mean? I'm crazy. And then, like, but they don't ever like my posts. And they don't ever comment. And they don't ever do this. And it's like, well, then why are we following me? Why are we following me? You know what I mean? So that's what. So when I hit scorched earth, I was just like, no one's gonna know that they're not following me anymore, or that I'm not following them anymore. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, I'm hitting scorched earth on, you know, however many people. They never hit the like button anyways. They never they never followed, liked, or subscribed. And now, like, they're back, like they want to follow, but I'm like, yo, when Elon Musk wants to get it right, I'll go ahead and think about it. But it's a whole lot easier for me to just not even think about this stuff. You know what I mean? And then I still got weirdos on the social media. Like, I'm finding accounts that are mentioning my account that I never heard of. And I'm like, who's this person that's mentioning me? All my accounts are private. I don't know them. They don't know me, but they're mentioning me. Like, I'm like, even after Scorched Earth, it's like what they say. The only thing that's gonna survive a nuclear bomb are the cockroaches. I still got weirdo energy. You go Scorched Earth. I nuked everything, and then I still got like just roaches on the account where I'm like, what is this weirdo stuff? What is that weirdo stuff? Like, why are these people mentioning me? I don't know them. They don't know me. They never said a word. They're not even on the waiting for me to accept their follow request list. Like, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying, man. Like it's so much. so it's just so much weirdo activity, and it's like, dang man, I can't. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like everybody knows that there's like weirdos on the internet. That's no, that's no nothing, right? But then at the same time, it's also like there's nothing you can do about it when it seemingly gets personal. You know? Like, especially these days, everybody's so quick to blame a robot. Everybody's so quick to blame a robot about something these days. And I'd be like, I don't know if it's robots, man. I'm pretty sure it's still human being weirdo. Like, I ain't never heard a robot say my name once. Like, you know what I'm saying? Did I? Dang, man, that rendered that fast too? Alright, so it's on to the next video. It's on to the next video. Yeah. Let me make sure this is good. Okay, that's good. But yeah. So unfortunately, I was going to just nuke the social medias and then build them back up and then have kind of like something like a fresh start. So that way, you know what I mean? Because my accounts are old. I created these accounts back in 2010 when I created the YouTube account. I kind of like just went with all of them. You know, because I was avoiding social media for the longest time when it first came out. I'm so old, but I look. And then, so I kind of got them all at the same time, but they're all so old. So I mean, a decade of just like hitting follows and likes and this, that, you know what I mean? Algorithm was just haywire. Or it just didn't make any sense, so yeah. So it's unfortunate, but until I know what's going on with those accounts I'm following and accounts that are following me that don't exist, it's like, or get a response from an ex-tech at all, ever, about anything. Like, yeah, there's not much I could do. You know, I feel bad. I feel bad for anyone who's not a weirdo who just wants to just wants to follow, because I'm like, yeah, that was kind of the point, but like, yeah. Do I mainly post work on? No. Like all of this work, it was meant to get posted onto my website, so gmrdrew.art. And then since I'm doing a whole lot of concept art, like I got 2 sketchbooks full of it now at this point. Like all of this work, like all of that work, you know what I mean? Just everything that I work on, like all was for the most part meant to be posted onto my website to drive traffic over there. And then, like I said, all the weirdo stuff started happening. Because it's so weird, man, because I don't even know how to like really explain it, but it was like because my art content was available online, it was available for people to, I suppose, steal it. Is that the way to put it? So then I just stopped posting pictures until I could try to figure out, right along the same time, like right before I went scorched earth on all my socials, like same thing. Like, that's what I mean about this whole social media stuff and me trying to do everything that I'm doing. It's not like I didn't know. It's not like I didn't know that things could have gotten weird. So yeah, like I used to post stuff, but then I stopped because things got weird. And then that was why I scorched earth, and then I was gonna build it back up, you know what I mean, with the people that I know and trust, and I was like, all right, I can definitely build this back up with them. You know what I mean, without any of the weird wonky accounts or just outdated accounts, or you know what I mean, accounts that don't exist anymore. They're just out there now. You know what I mean, like what do they call them? Like skeleton accounts or whatever. Like, but yeah, because things, yeah, I just stopped posting online and stopped putting everything. I thought it, you know what I mean, after a few years or a couple of years. Now, when did it start? Like 2022? It's 2026, so it's been about 4 years. It's almost 4 years now. Like, I thought it all would have kind of fixed itself by now. But it hasn't. It's only gotten worse. It's almost, it's kind of conspiratorial, of like the whole point of the weirdoness happening on my socials. It was like as if the whole point was to jeopardize. It's as if the whole point was to jeopardize like everything I was working on. So then that becomes a point of contention. You know what I mean? Where it becomes like a decision, like, alright, well, this is at jeopardy. Do I keep like it's hard to build an audience without being able to post the artwork, but it's hard to post the artwork without having a false audience there to steal it and do God knows what with it. And I mean like really weird stuff, like people trying to claim that they were in business with me when they weren't. But because they could just steal my content from online, they could have my content in their hands, and then they could just go to anybody, and just be like, yeah, I'm working with him. And then they broker the business deal for themselves without me, but with my work. Like really weird stuff. And it's just like, oh, like I heard from other artists a long time ago, like when they would go online and they would be like, oh, this person stole my art. Like to me, that always read like, oh, that person stole their art. Like meaning kind of like the way that kids used to steal my art back in like elementary school, when I would draw them a picture and then they would go around telling everybody that they drew it. But it was like, nah. Like that's one thing. It's so easy to be like, nah, you didn't draw that. It's another thing for someone to be like, you know, to take your work in order to take your business. And so that's, you know, I had to like start to wonder, like, man, I wonder if that's what they were talking about when they said like this person's stealing their work online. You know what I mean? Because we're talking about artists that are way more popular and successful than me. You know, the only thing I have going on is the fact that I got like this original IP that I intend to do anything and everything with. When's the next stream? Probably tomorrow. I don't know. I might, I don't know how long. How long have I been going? 3 hours? Yeah, I might go for a hot minute since I haven't streamed for a couple of days, but I might be back on tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for the belief in me. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, I'll check requests as long as your name is also like Onyx on the other socials. Then I'll try to approve you there. But yeah, thanks for the talk. You know. Barely ever get to talk about Star Trek. So yeah, probably tomorrow. Man, I'm just happy. I'm just happy I didn't miss. I didn't miss your comment. I caught you in time. I'm so used to missing people's comments. By the time I see them, I'll be like, oh. And they'll be gone. You know what I mean? And then I don't find out until the next time. Until I re-watch the stream. I'll be like, man, when did that person comment and when did I notice it? It'd be super rough sometimes. Oh dang, you know what? I still got that tea going on over there. of this. I'm gonna render this thing, go into the big boys room. Alright. Alright. Oh no, it's still rendering. Look at that. Yeah, I can't believe I haven't drawn a single thing this whole time. This is the problem I've been running into. Like the last 48 hours, I've just been video editing, rendering, video editing, rendering, cooking in between, working out in between, and then like trying to get a stream in. I can't do it. Like, and then on top of that, like the like I was saying, man, Streamlabs update. I don't know what happened, but now my Streamlabs, I gotta sit here and like fight my Streamlabs. Yeah, I know Onyx ain't there no more. But just to pick up, you know what I mean? Anyone and everyone on the bar, shout out to y'all. Y'all know my chat chiller. Like, it's really interesting. I'm trying to like revisit the conversation we were just having, and regarding like the internet and everything like that, social media. It's really like in the decade that I was gone. So for like the past 15 years, the social media influencers, all that stuff, like online business, online popularity, where sure some people have like been able to find success this way, that way, like so many ways, right? So many different apps, so many different like websites for people to become successful off of social media. And that's kind of the part that I think about the most, right? Like I always think about the positive, right? I like to focus on the positive aspect of things. And I was just thinking, like in the past 15 years, not only have people been able to find success online, but it seems like the internet has found a way in order to like drive people to not be successful online. So it's not like people just find success online, but people can also find like not success, if that makes sense. Like the whole competition argument, I'd be like this. You know, it seems like in the past 15 years, people have learned, you know what I mean, like the tactics or whatever, to be like, you're like, oh, you just got to do this, that, and the other, and they'll never be successful. You know, on top of how difficult it already is to be like, so yeah, it's crazy. You know, something I wanted to look up, I was thinking about it like maybe yesterday, a couple days ago. Because I had drawn, well, I didn't draw that parallel between Alex and Hulk Hogan, but because there is that parallel between Street Fighter character Alex and, you know, Hulkamania, Hulk Hogan. Because I, you know, was talking about that recently. I was thinking about recently the parallel that I had drawn between the internet and the Wild West. How like the internet is like the Wild West now. And something that I was thinking about, I might have looked it up. I don't know if I found any real conclusion. But I was like, I wonder like if and when and what occurred in order for the Wild West to stop being the Wild West. Because I was like, that may be what the internet needs, but that would need to happen on a global scale. Because no one calls the Wild West no more. You know what I mean? Like definitively. Like the Wild West was that way just because of the Western expansion. And then because, you know what I mean, it was, there wasn't as much government to hold things down. And, you know, so there wasn't as much, like lawmen. And there was more like outlaws. Hence, you know, the Wild West. Plus, you know what I mean, the fact that they were the Western expansion of having to fight the already there locals. So, you know, you had this hectic and this chaos, and I was just like, man, when I think I might have looked it up the other day, and I was like, when did the, you know how I'd be looking stuff up, so I might just look it up. But I think I looked it up. I forget the answer. It might have been, it might have took over the course of like 5 years or 50 years. I forget what it was. Let me see. When did the Wild West end? Yeah, historians have debated at length as to when the frontier era began, when it ended, and which were its key sub-periods. For example, the Old West sub-period is sometimes used by historians regarding da-da-da-da-da. Maps of the United States territories. (1900). The Wild West era is generally considered to have ended around 1900. Although some sources suggest it continued until the early 1900s. The American frontier officially closed with the admission of the last contiguous Western territories as states in 1912. So basically when we acquired the West Coast in early 1900s. And what, it was like in the 1700s that so yeah, talking about a course of 100 plus years, 100 plus years of you know, the westward expansion. Buffalo Bill, Omaha. Is that what that Omaha play is about? That was in the Watchmen on HBO, the TV series. Wait, but so yeah, maybe the idea is once we acquired the West Coast, the westward expansion stopped, so that way once the expansion stopped, then eventually I guess the law caught up with it. So then that way the law began to establish itself, government began to establish itself, and hence it not being wild anymore. Like that might be it. So like the Wild West is basically just a, you know, like a sing-song of the vanguard, I suppose. So there wasn't any real incident that happened for the Wild West to stop being. Because essentially, thinking about the internet and the comparison to the internet being like the Wild West isn't exactly too accurate, just because the internet expands blooming and winging on me? What are you doing? Just because the internet expands not in a singular direction and not from any singular point either. The internet is expanding from multiple points into multiple directions. And then, yeah, and then it doesn't even help. It doesn't even help to try to with my issue with it being that it crosses borders and there's no law for it. You know, so international crime being rampant just like, you know, national crime, supposedly. Like for the Wild West to be the Wild West was you know, for the lack thereof. So it's not even like you could have a law or a singular law like catch up with the expansion once the expansion reaches, you know, all countries, all, you know, encompasses the entire planet. Therefore the internet has nowhere else to go. Therefore then the law can catch up to it. Cause yeah, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about how I was like, how'd the Wild West end? Because that may be the answer to the Wild West of the internet to end. Yeah, but I suppose that's not an option. I mean, you're basically talking about a difference between, you know, a two-dimensional object and a three-dimensional object at that point. Mm. Mm. Dang, really? Mm. So yeah, it's so funny to me that the 10 years I was gone, the internet found a way. The people online, you know, your favorite influencers learned how to take out their competition, you know. Because then you got to sit there and think about, like, how can something as strange as, like, me following accounts that don't exist, can't find them, and accounts that are following me that don't exist, can't find them. And, like, that's not a concern for people. It's like, that's how it starts. That's how it starts. Let me see. Hmm. Yeah, what was the one I just did? Oh no, this ain't it. What's it on? Alright. So it's just those two. Great. Dang, so I got 19, not 18. Oh, dang. Okay. Yeah, creating conditions online so that people don't even wanna engage online. Like stuff like that. While I'm sure weirdos, con artists and frauds were like a thing in the 2000s online. It definitely wasn't as prevalent as it is today. You know what I mean? Like, just thinking about what online used to be like back in 2010 when I first started the YouTube channel, when I first started live streaming. Like, not that many people were doing too many things. Like, I'm even trying to remember the social media apps that some people got like popular off of, and like if that even existed, 2010 to 2013. Yeah, I just want to say like what it felt like, at least to me, back in live streaming 2011, 2012. it it felt to me like it wasn't even a rat race. Like like I don't even think it was like a race for anyone to try to get anywhere. It was just about people making stuff. You know what I mean? Like the opportunity to do something was there, so you just did something because the opportunity was there to be done. And like, you know what I mean? You can go back and watch what I was doing. Like, it was to coincide, because I was doing conventions back then. It was there to coincide with the conventions. So then when the PC died, it just became about doing the conventions, but then I didn't have the online presence. And yeah, back in those days, it was mad early. And then since those days, I guess that's when like everything started changing. You know, I could see why you got some idiots out there who would be like, oh, competition, it's my competition. You know what I mean? If you're looking at the internet as a whole. So that way you're gonna just sit there and stop anyone and everyone anywhere on the internet to just go ahead and be like, nah, not you, me. It's like, oh, okay. If you're looking at just the online presence of an account as a competition, but that's a wild way to look at something. You know what I mean? Because the last time I remember now, competition was like, you know what I mean? You think about track and field, you just look over and you'll be like, oh, there's my competition right there. You know what I mean? You look at sports, you just be like, oh yeah, there's my competition right there. But like, trying to look at the entire internet, not just like Twitch or not just like YouTube, not just like, I don't know, TikTok, not just like any singular aspect of the internet, but the internet in its entirety as like a pool table. Like, yo, get out of here. Like, get out of here with that noise. Uh, 18. You know what I mean? Because competition is there to suggest that there's a limited resource. In sports, the limited resource is like who's the best. You know what I mean? Who's first place, and then you have second place and third place, and then everyone else. Like, that's the limited resource in sports, is the celebration of the medal. You know what I mean? Those medals are limited. Like, that's the point of the mock warfare that is sports. You know what I mean? So the mock limited resources is, you know, it's the Stanley Cup. It's the whatever they win, that whatever they call that trophy for the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? It's the medal. It's the gold medal. It's the silver medal. It's the bronze medal. Like, those are the mock limited resources in the mock warfare that is sports. But to sit there and suggest that the entire internet is is essentially like a pool table, where it's like you can look across the pool table and be like, yeah, that's my competition right there. Like, we playing. Like, to look at the entire internet that way, that's crazy. That's wild. You know what I mean? I'm trying to suggest that the internet in its entirety is limited resources. Like, there's certainly a limit to the internet, right? You know what I mean? Back in the 80s, there was a little bit of it. In the 90s, there was a little bit more of it. In the 2000s, it became a whole lot. And then in the past 10, 15 years, it's a whole lot of, you know what I mean? So retroactively, like, it was limited. So yeah, there's certainly a limitation to the internet, but so much so for any single individual or single company or single entity, regardless of who they are. You know what I mean? You could be the biggest company or the biggest influencer. Like, you're nowhere near the breadth of the internet. You know? So to sit there and, I don't know, yeah, that competition thing, that's so funny to me. Again, just unimpressed. It speaks to people's minds, you know? You know, because, I mean, at this rate, the internet ain't doing nothing but being more and more. So you can't say that a resource is limited if it's gaining, if it's on an incline. You know what I mean? You can't treat it like it's an endangered species on the decline. That's why, yeah, like, internet weirdos and internet, you know, hacks. It's funny to me. Unimpressed. You know, that's why I can sit there and make fun of, like, Elon Musk. I can be like, yo, bruh. You know what I mean? Like, you're this great person, but my account is following accounts that don't exist, and I got accounts that don't exist following my account, and then I still got weirdos that I don't know and I ain't never met, but they know me. They know me enough to mention me online, even though I ain't never heard of them. Like Musk, what's up? I'm not impressed. Like that's what I mean. Did I already? No. Let's do it. You know, at least the Western expansion had a West Coast to hit in order to allow for the law to catch up to it, in order for it to stop being the Wild West. Like right now, the internet's still expanding in three-dimensional space. You can't treat it. You can't treat it like there's not plenty You know what I mean? Lets you know just how like sick in the mind. People who think that there's online competition. Like there isn't. There's only the competition that you make and the competition that actually participate. You know what I mean? You can't say anybody just participating online is competition. Yeah, it's so crazy. It's so crazy to me. Man, I really want to draw, but what am I on? Oh my God. Oh well. We suffer together. This is why I wasn't streaming. This is why I didn't stream yesterday. I was just doing this, and then I would try to go run and do something else, and then it would be like, nope. Yeah, almost done. And then I'll hopefully draw something. I don't know what happened, man. I had a clear idea for this character. I didn't even know that that idea went somewhere. I'm like, where'd that idea go? Like, you know? I'm sitting there trying to draw this character while thinking about things. And the idea went that way somewhere. I'm like, I wonder I can't draw anything right now. You know, it was funny. The whole time I was talking to that person, I was like, man, my mom used to have a dog named Onyx. Had me in my memories. Hmm. Look at him. Yo, where did that idea go? You know what I mean? I had an idea, and then it was gonna be something. So annoying. Do I just gotta draw it like plain? Where'd that idea go? Yeah, it's not what I want to draw, man. It's not what I want to draw. But now. Where'd that idea go? When did I draw this? Like, was that like 2 days ago? Yeah, last 48 hours been crazy. Last 48 hours been crazy, man. Yo, what happened to that idea? I hate that I had an idea. I was like clear as day on this character, and I know there's a million things I could draw, but I was just like, let me just work out this idea. It was a great idea 2 days ago, too. And I can't even. Alright, so that's everything. Okay. Okay. So where'd I leave off? What left off? Right there. Alright. Oh, dang. Oh, nope. with any luck, these videos will take a little bit longer to render. Now, what was that idea? I can't believe I can't remember this idea. Alright, so this is about the time that I start messing it up. Oh, what was that idea? It wasn't even that crazy of an idea for me to not even remember it. It was like a regular idea. Why can't I remember it? Hmm. that what it is? Is that what it is? Yeah, I think that might be what my problem is with this. I mean, I'm not remembering that idea. I don't know what it was. Go ahead and jump ahead to some other ideas that I had then. It's supposed to be just a regular idea with some of these designs, but man, 48 hours left. Yeah, I forgot to do that. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. What happened to that idea? Where? Whatever. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. I was just online the other day. I was on X, and I saw another character just pulling the what, the laughing octopus from Metal Gear 4. Where they literally had an octopus lifting them off the ground, like kind of being hung by their head, like same exact setup. Yeah, I need to avoid that. I'm not feeling that. What happened to that idea? What happened to that idea, man? That's one. You know, you think after like 15 hours of just sitting here and finally getting a chance to draw. Wait, why are you doing that? Wait, why are you doing all that? Alright, whatever. Oh, that's fine. Dang. I wonder if there's anything I can do. I wonder if there's anything I can do. 'Cause this ain't it. Yeah, that ain't it. I'm just gonna. Hmm. Hmm. What am I trying to think of? It's almost there. I. It was such a simple idea. Why couldn't? Why couldn't I just draw that? I don't think that's gonna work. Dang. Oops, sorry. What was I just looking up? What's this character look like in mine? sketch. There's gotta be something here, man. So dumb. Hmm. That's right. That ain't it either. Dang. Maybe that's it. Hmm. I figured this out. there. It's almost there, but that ain't it. Hmm. This ain't it. This ain't it, man. Is that it? Is that what it is? Okay. Can I keep this? Hmm. getting there. Yeah, really? That rendered that fast. Yeah, this definitely ain't it. Kinda have an idea, and I just got tired of erasing stuff, so I said, let me just go ahead and render this out real quick so I could at least get a little something. But yeah, even this ain't it. It's close, but They're just so jacked up from all the erasing. Yeah, that definitely ain't it. Oh dang. Is it light up? Is it light up? Yeah. Anyway. I can't believe I couldn't get that the whole night. Anyways. I'm G Mr. Drew. It's at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. GMrDrew.art, the website. Link is in the bio. Check it out. Links everywhere there. Merch stores, Patreon, Blue Wings, all that good stuff. Love y'all. Peace.